Alright, just getting set up, guys. Give me a minute. Let's move everything to one place. Up. Starting off this Sunday or Saturday, reading Marxism as one should. Let's see. Let me move this. Where is it? Where is my stream? Alright, I'm going to move the goal, follower goal up. Alright, let's see. Let's do this. Alright, let's move this up here as well. It's not the cleanest, but whatever. We're just trying out something new. Be back in a minute. I'm going to go add some ice to my iced tea. The ice has melted. Alright everyone, let's get to it. So, let me just do one thing, turn down the music a little bit so my voice is not getting drowned out. So, what is going on everyone? So right now what is going to happen is we're going to follow up from our last week's last week we restarted our Intro to Marxism series, where I am reading the seminal text, or not, introductory texts to deepen my own understanding of Marxism. These are texts that maybe I have read a long time ago, or I haven't read in a while, or just have never read. So I'm going to try and read them one by one and take my notes and just kind of maybe also show how I study, and then if anybody has any critiques of what I'm doing, just put them in the chat, like always. Let's see, I'm just checking, making sure the stream is working fine on both YouTube and Twitch. Let me just do one thing. I'm going to add my Twitch link on YouTube. Link address, just in case anybody wants to jump over from between one to the other. Live on Twitch. There you go. So if anybody's on YouTube and wants to jump over, they can do so. Alright, let's get to it. So last week, let me pull up my notes from last week. We were looking at Socialism, Intro to Marxism. Alright, last week we read and finished so two things. This is on Feuerbach and the idealism and materialism from German ideology. Now it is on to socialism, utopian and scientific. I think we'll be able to get all the way up to dialectics. Might not be able to get through to historical materialism. That's a pretty lengthy piece of writing. Let me just start my notes that I'm taking. So, alright. Utopian socialism. Alright, so we're going to read this. Actually, let me just... Let's see. Yeah, it's good. Let me just drop it in the chat. Reading this article. Come on. Copy. Come on. Paste. Okay. I'm going to post it in both YouTube and Twitch. Reading this article. Alright, okay. Alright, so without further ado, let's get to it. What I'm going to do is read, let's say, that's like 1 to 2 paragraphs from each, and then kind of talk about what I understand from it, what I take from it, right? So this is Utopian Socialism, Development of Utopia. So this is from the article series, I guess, that Engels wrote, that is Socialism, Utopian, and Scientific, and what are the differences between them and how to understand the differences between them, I guess. Alright, let's get to it. And I'm going to highlight the paragraphs that I'm reading. All right. So the first two paragraphs, interesting stuff. I really like Engels' way of writing. I think he writes very well and very interestingly. So just increase the brightness here. Right. So existing society has antagonisms that Engels calls the antagonisms between the existing class structures, so between the capitalists and the wage workers, and the anarchy in the existing production has led to the creation of modern socialism. And so he says an interesting thing that, like any new theory, socialism at first had to convert the intellectual stock that it had at its hand, just like the French revolutionaries converted people to the revolution because they were just themselves revolutionists. And then he talks about, in the second paragraph, the French Revolution and how Hegel was extremely important to both Marx and Engels, and generally the left in the mid 1800s, because Hegel's Dialectics really were defining even if you were a Marxist or anarchist. So to that, Engels is kind of just recuperating, restating what Hegel has said. That is, that at the time of the French Revolution, the world stood upon its head. Number one, because the so-called thoughts of the head, the ideas of the head, the principles arrived for the new world being created, were being created by the head. Second of all, everything was being upside down. Every form of society existing, any tradition, any notion, any religion had to justify themselves. And he says specifically, everything in the past deserved only pity and contempt. And then he has like this really interesting line. He says, "Now for the first time appeared the light of day." Oh, come on. Now for the first time appeared the light of day. The kingdom of reason, henceforth superstition, injustice, privilege, oppression were to be superseded by eternal truth, eternal right, equality based on nature, and the inalienable rights of man. And we know that the American Revolution plays a massive role in the creation of these ideals in the French Revolution. So it's better to see both these revolutions as sort of continuations of themselves, or interrelated, or rather the French Revolution as a continuation of the American Revolution. Right. Let's move on to the next two paragraphs. Going a little bit slower because I just really want to absorb this stuff. I really like the way Engels writes, and he packs some really, really interesting things in his writings. So if you're following along, I've pinned the reading in the comment section. Alright, I'll be back in a minute. I have my food on the stove. I just want to make sure it doesn't burn. I just got done with the first paragraph. Moving on to the second one. Let's start the second paragraph. Let me just take some notes here. We're reading Engels' development of Utopian Socialism. If you want to follow along, there's the reading link in the chat. I think nope, I didn't add a reading command. Should I do that? I don't know, we'll see. If you want me to put a exclamation point reading command in the chat, let me know. Let me just make some notes on this second paragraph I just read. got done with these 2 paragraphs. Alright, so far Engels has laid out that there is a ongoing antagonism between the proletariat and the capitalists, or the wage workers and the capitalists, or the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. This antagonism is what has created socialism, and then he jumps into recounting about the French Revolution. And he says that the French Revolution really questions everything that was existing at that time, such as religion, all existing prejudices, and so on. And he says, well, he, in the previous paragraph, brings up Hegel. Hegel, as I mentioned, was very important to the overall sort of leftist thought emerging in the 1800s, especially important to Marx and Engels. So he says that Hegel sees the French Revolution as a what Hegel calls the world was turned upside down on its head, and Engels sees it as turning upside down on its head for 2 reasons. Number one, because the new world, or the things being questioned at the point, were coming out of the so-called head, like your brain. Second thing, because everything was being questioned: religion, prejudices, all existing order. Now, he says, that, and then most importantly, he says that everything became about, or let's actually read that line again. I don't know what's going on. Firefox, I think, doesn't like Marxists.org. Anyways, we'll work on that later. Alright, so this is the crux of the previous argument that Engels. So Engels says that at the time of the French Revolution, now for the first time appeared the light of day, the kingdom of reason. Henceforth superstition, injustice, privilege, oppression were to be superseded by eternal truth, eternal right, equality based on nature, and the inalienable rights of man. So there are 2 paragraphs I just read. He says, well, what are those rights? The so-called inalienable rights of man. He says those are very much bourgeois rights. This idealization, he says, the idealized kingdom of the bourgeoisie. The eternal right found its realization in the bourgeois justice, that this equality reduced itself to bourgeois equality before the law. That the bourgeois property was proclaimed as one of the essential rights of man, that the government of reason, the social contract of Rousseau, came into being, and only could come into being as a democratic bourgeois republic. The great thinkers of the 18th century, no more than their predecessors, go beyond the limits imposed upon them by their epoch. Alright, a lot packed in there. What is bourgeois? Essentially, conception of justice and so on. And that is kind of, I think, answered in the following question. So the bourgeoisie, right? So we're here in this paragraph. He's talking about how the antagonisms between the feudal nobility and the burghers, I think that's how you pronounce it, burghers, B-U-R-G-H-E-R-S. Essentially, those were the so-called working men of the feudal society, right? So you had your feudals, your burghers, the journeymen, the day laborers. That's how people worked if they were not peasants. So he says the burghers, or the way I've heard it been described before, has been as also the so-called trading classes, people who were trading, and the feudals, before feudalism even, or even during feudalism, there were the kings, the divine rights of kings, and so on. The kings kings and queens particularly did not care what their subjects thought. And the feudals, having so much property, were like, hey, we want representation, right? We want to actually be able to give feedback to the king or queen, and that's how I think the first parliaments of the councils that the kings would have of like their feudal lords. That was the feudal mode of existence. And then the bourgeois mode comes, where the increasing trade and openness of the world through various different means, shipping and so on. There begins this class of burghers, or this developing class of workers called burghers, who are contributing a lot, but they don't have representation, and that's what all these bourgeois revolutions, the Cromwellian Revolution in England, the Great Reformation, German Reformation, and Peasants' Wars are kind of coming up within this continuum. The feudalism, feudals want representations, then that reaches its limits. The bourgeois that appears out of the burghers, because they're saying, hey, we're making a lot of money for you guys. Where's our representation? And that's how the bourgeois parliaments come into existence, where the bourgeoisie kind of get to represent themselves. Not all workers, not all people, but the bourgeoisie. These are the people who are factory owners or own some kind of thing, have claim to some means of production, essentially. And that is what the French Revolution was. That is what the American Revolution was. It was a bourgeois revolution. That's what he says. That's what Engels is talking about here, is that by side, because of these antagonisms between the burghers and the feudal nobility, the burghers because they were more numerous than the feudal lords and so on, they were able to claim representation for all the working people. All humanity is what Engels calls it. But that's not really true. He says that even from the... Alright, let's see. Let's go back to here. Come on. Alright, let me see if this works better in Brave browser, because if it does, I'm just gonna switch to that. Alright, just give me a second. I'm gonna do some live. Let's see, Brave. There we go. Alright, and let me get these other things out of here. I think Marxists.org does not like Firefox. That is a shame. Alright. Alright, sorry about that. I think we should be good now. Alright, there you go. Okay. Alright, so that's what he's talking about right here, is that the bourgeoisie sort of develops out of the burghers and their antagonisms with the feudals. And he says right here, if I can find it. There we go. So he says, from its origin, the bourgeoisie was saddled with its antithesis. Capitalists cannot exist without wage workers. And in the same proportion as the medieval burgher of the guild developed into modern bourgeois, the guild journeyman and the day laborer outside the guilds developed into the proletarian. Essentially, he's just tracing. He's saying, but also within these bourgeois revolutions, you would see sparks of proletarian revolutions. So he says, He says, for example, at the time of the German Reformation and the Peasants' War, the Anabaptists and Thomas Munzer, in the Great English Revolution, the Levelers, and in the Great French Revolution, Babeuf, right, which is Francis Babeuf. Yeah, so he's just someone who tried to establish a communistic system and not a bourgeois system, and failed at the time of the French Revolution, that is. All right, so that is this. So, alright, let's read this paragraph and then move on. Alright, I'm gonna be back in a minute. Just gotta go pee. And we can discuss this paragraph. This is the paragraph I just read. It's gonna take a few minutes for me to kind of talk about it. I'll be back in just a minute. Alright, I am back. Alright, so Engels in this paragraph is talking about how even within these bourgeois revolutions, there were these outshoots or spurts of proletarian working class revolutions, things that wanted to go beyond bourgeois democracy and so on. So he right, so he says it's not simply the class privileges that were to be abolished, which was the purpose of these bourgeois revolutions, the French Revolution and so on, but class distinction themselves. And he says that initially there was a communism that kind of came out that was ascetic, denouncing all pleasures of life. Spartan was the first form of this new teaching, which he doesn't really look particularly well at. He doesn't really think it's really something that needs to be preached. He says, then came three great utopians, Saint-Simon, to whom middle-class movement side by side with the proletarian still had certain significance. Don't really know much about Saint-Simon. I think he was another French revolutionary. Let's look at the link to it. Saint-Simon Comte, Saint-Simon, Claude Henry de... Saint-Simon was a French utopian socialist who took part in the War of Independence of the United States, opposed deism, and promoted the study of nature. Saint-Simon was a determinist, holding that everything in nature and society was governed by laws, knowledge of which would allow us to understand the course of history. He held that the driving forces in history were science, morality, and religion, but he did demonstrate the objective nature of historical process and the role of property relation in its development. All right. So another French guy, and then Fourier and Owen. Robert Owen was an American socialist. I think Owen was American, but anyways, he was in America for the majority part of it. He was Welsh, but he was also a socialist. He was a very wealthy, I think, guy, and then he created his own sort of versions of communism or socialism by building these towns that were built on his version of socialism or his vision of socialism. That's what I have to offer on that. If you want to know more about Robert Owen and how he fit into the larger American socialist tradition, you should check out a book called The Industrial Worker by Norman Weir. It's dry, that book, but it's really good. All right, let's move on to the next two paragraphs. Alright, okay, so to these three guys, he's talking about Saint-Simon, Fourier, and Owen. He's saying that, like them, all three of these wanted to more so liberate all humanity, not a particular class, which is not what Engels or Marx believes in. It says like them, they wouldn't like them. He's talking about the French philosophers. The three people, wanted to bring in kingdom of reason and eternal justice. But this kingdom, as they see it, is as far from heaven from earth, as far as heaven from earth, from that of the French philosophers. All right, for these three reformers, they're social reformers. They more or less, as Engels sees it, is that they were believing in like the great man theory. Is saying that so far people had not understood complete and proper reason, and the reason, and that being the reason that there was no complete justice in society, and what was needed for this to really work. All right, I think this is just a website that is causing this delay. What was really needed was a man of genius that understands that properly understands pure reason and so on, and will bring about justice. So Engels, being a spicy bitch, then writes, he might just as well have been born 500 years earlier and might have then spared humanity 500 years of strife and suffering. Which is a very good point, is that if you're just believing in just this great man theory that it's only really great men, you just have to be like the right person born who understands all these things completely for you to be able to then bring real justice or whatever. He's saying, well, why wasn't this person just born, like 500 years ago and had saved us 500 years of nonsense? All right. That's the thing about Engels. Engels is definitely a spicy bitch. Alright, he's saying, kind of just recounting, it's not much in this paragraph, that in the 18th century revolutionaries, the forerunners of the revolutionaries, appealed to reason as a sole judge. So they're kind of looking at just reason as being the only thing to look for and everything else to be done away with. And Engels is pointing out that this was in reality nothing but idealized understanding of the 18th century citizen, just and evolving into the bourgeois. The French Revolution had realized this rational society and government. Alright, not much to this paragraph, but just to recap, so far this is the development of utopian socialism. Engels is writing that, hey, there are inherent contradictions between different classes. In the past, those were between feudal and burghers. And the burghers would eventually become the bourgeois, and France, or the French Revolution, is a bourgeois revolution. And what is bourgeois is pretty much codified in the output from these French Revolution, like the so-called inalienable rights of man are very much understandings of the bourgeois rights of man. For example, private property is and I'm not talking about personal property, private property, and these are the means of production are sacrosanct. They cannot be changed, and those are the things that this so-called universal rights are based on. And he says that even within these revolutions, there were outspurts of people who wanted to go further than that, move towards communist systems, and he gives the examples of within the French Revolution, Babeuf, who tried unsuccessfully to throw over, I think it was something like one of the governing structures of the French Revolution, to try to move it to communism, but like I said, was unsuccessful. Second, he then says, well, so on after this French Revolution stuff, there is now these three other utopian socialists. More prominently, there are probably others as well. And he specifically mentioned Saint-Simon, Fourier, and Owen, who tried to create these alternate versions, or their own versions of socialism. But they had a very sort of great man theory of socialism to it. They wanted to specifically look at, imagine this one person who would come about and say, well, I fully understand what is right and just, and now let me build socialism for you, of which Engels makes fun. He says that's ridiculous. Why was this person not born 500 years ago and save us 500 years of misery? Because that's just garbage. So far Engels is talking about just how he sees utopian socialism developing. He has not gotten into how he visualizes scientific socialism. But yeah, and one thing just to highlight, Engels is a very spicy bitch. When he goes after someone, he really goes after them in very interesting sentences. All right, let's all right, this one big long paragraph. All right, and if you're joining me now, the reading is actually in the chat. Alright, let me actually make a note of that in the stream. Just going to add a text field. Alright, so now if you're joining the stream later on, I think this is a little bit more helpful for anybody who's joining to actually be able to see that reading link is in the chat. Trying to see if this is visible enough. Nope, it kind of blurs into the background. I don't like it. Let's see. Let's just also make this yellow. The yellow kind of stands out on its own. I think that's good. Alright, sorry to take that detour. I was just trying to make sure that everybody is, if anybody wants to read along, that it is there. The link that is. Alright, let's move on to the reading.
I'm never without you. Anywhere I go, you go, my dear.
Well, I just realized something, that I had muted myself and I was talking like an idiot. Alright, so let me just, if you didn't really get what I was talking, so over here in the last paragraph, so Engels says that that the French Revolution was the victory of the third estate. The third estate are the large mass of working people, but what it turned out was that this was actually the victory of a privileged section of the third estate. And he says that these people are the propertied bourgeoisie, and the propertied bourgeoisie were able to really make a lot of money by doing land speculation during the revolution. That is the French Revolution. And and he says it was the domination of these swindlers that under the Directorate brought France to the verge of ruin, and thus gave Napoleon the pretext for this coup d'etat. Right. Whoa, alright, let's see. All right, here's a lot of stuff that is very specific to Saint-Simon. He's picking up some grudge. Alright, he's saying the I'm not exactly sure what he's talking about here. Alright, this is pretty dense. Let me just read it out loud. Alright, this is talking about some specific things within the French Revolution, which, as I mentioned, I'm not the most well versed in. Hence, to Saint-Simon, the antagonism between the third estate, that's the broad mass of working people, and the privileged classes took the form of an antagonism between workers and idlers. Alright, so he's looking workers and idlers. The idlers were not merely the old privileged classes, but also all who, without taking any part in production or distribution, lived on their incomes. And the workers, who were not only wage workers, but also manufacturers, merchants, the bankers. That these idlers had lost the capacity for intellectual leadership and political supremacy had been proved and was by the revolutionary finally settled. Saying the idlers have lost the right to political leadership. Alright, okay. That the non-possessing classes had not this capacity to lead, I guess, seemed to Saint-Simon proved by the experiences of the Reign of Terror. Once again, not really well versed in French Revolution to talk about that. Then who was to lead and command? According to Saint-Simon, science and industry, both united by a new religious bond destined to restore that unity of religious ideas, which had been lost since the time of Reformation. A necessary mystic and rigidly hierarchic new Christianity, but science, that was the scholars, and industry, that was in the first place the working bourgeois, manufacturers, merchants, bankers. These bourgeois were certainly intended by Saint-Simon to transform themselves into the kind of public officials of social trustees, but they were still to hold vis-a-vis of the workers a commanding and economically privileged position. Alright, he's just saying, yeah, the workers, just a lot of jargon for saying that. Oh, hey, worst username ever. What topic is that? Studying the introductory texts of Marxism. That's Karl Marx and Engels and so on. That is what I mean by revolutionary philosophy. And this is one of the introductory texts written by Fredrick Engels called Socialism, Utopian and Scientific, and he's kind of separating the two. Saint-Simon was a utopian socialist. He was someone who here in this passage, for example, is saying that the working people of the French Revolution, that is, peasants and non-possessing people or non-propertied people, can't really lead the future past the revolution, because he's saying, well, these people also did the Reign of Terror, which, once again, I don't know enough about the French Revolution to comment on that, but that kind of seems iffy to me. He's essentially just advocating for a bureaucratic, aristocratic state, I guess, where he's saying scientists and scholars should be leading the society instead of the working people, in like this weird combination between religion and science, which is also weird because the French Revolution, the main crux of one of the main cruxes of French Revolution was doing away with religion. So the fact that Saint-Simon is making this argument is very weird to me. Or maybe at least that's the recounting of Engels, right? Maybe Saint-Simon didn't say that. Oftentimes the revolutionaries. I mean, Engels is not really has never been criticized for misquoting people, if that makes sense. But yeah, that's what I'm reading. I mean, philosophy is not easy to get through. No philosophy, it doesn't matter if it's revolutionary or otherwise. No philosophy is easy to read. I feel like it's easier when you read it with other people. And, this is, I read it with a lot of my friends, but these were some of the texts that I have read in the past or not read in the past. And thought it would be interesting to essentially just stream them and think out loud as I'm reading them. And maybe like get to think through these ideas. And maybe that will offer some new insight. Really. I was hoping to get through 2 of these texts, this being one, the next one being Dialectics, but Dialectics is, I have read Dialectics, it's not really something that I am in the mood to read today, I'll be very frank. It is a pretty long text. Let's actually pull it up. I don't think I'll be able to read it. Well, you know what? I will read it, but not in this stream. In the stream tonight. So I was not planning on doing a 10 p.m. stream, but what I'll do is probably stream for an hour reading Dialectics and then go to my usual study stream. I'm not opposed to that. Alright, I'm going to be back in just a minute. I gotta shift my laundry into the dryer and then I'll finish this last portion of it and then we'll call it a night. Or call it a few hours of break. Which is really weird to me because one of the guiding principles of French Revolution was doing away with religion. Bringing it back, since the most seems to be saying, which is really odd to me. Do I like Confucius? I haven't read Confucius, not yet. At some point I'm sure I'll get to it. But so far, I have not read Confucius. Damn it, what is up with this website? All right. Let's get to it. All right. This is what I'm going to do. I'm just going to read it out loud because it's getting pretty dense over here. And also, I'm fairly tired, so I'm having a bit of a hard time keeping up with this. So to fight that off, I am just going to start reading it out loud and just talk about what that means, what I'm reading. All right. Where is it? There we go. If in Saint-Simon we find a comprehensive breadth of view, by virtue of which almost all ideas of later socialists that are not strictly economic are found in him, in embryo we found in Fourier a criticism of existing conditions of society, genuinely French and witty, but not upon the account of any less thorough. Fourier takes the bourgeoisie, their inspired prophets before the revolution, and their interested eulogists after it, at their own word. He lays bare remorselessly the material and moral misery of the bourgeois world. He confronts it with the earlier philosophers' dazzling promises of a society in which reason alone should reign, of a civilization in which happiness should be universal, of an illimitable human perfectibility, and with the rose-colored phraseology of the bourgeois ideologists of his time. He points out how everywhere the most pitiful reality corresponds with the most high-sounding phrases, and he overwhelms this hopeless fiasco of phrases with his mordant sarcasm. All right, Engels is just really talking about the writing style of Saint-Simon and comparing him to, Fourier, and comparing him to Saint-Simon and Owen, that is Robert Owen. Nothing inherently amazing here. Let's move on to the next one. Fourier is not only a critic, his imperturbably serene nature. Imperturbably means you can't disturb it, essentially. Undisturbable, or indisturbable, whatever. Serene nature makes him a satirist, and assuredly one of the greatest satirists of all time. He depicts with equal power and charm the swindling speculations that blossomed out upon the downfall of the revolution, and the shopkeeping spirit prevalent in and characteristic of French commerce at that time. Still more masterly is his criticism of bourgeois form of relations between sexes and the position of women in bourgeois society. He was the first to declare that in any given society, the degree of women's emancipation is a natural measure of general emancipation. All right, cool. Let's see. Fourier, more of a critic of the society created by the French Revolution, and fairly prominently says that where did it go? He was the first to declare that in any given society, the degree of a woman's emancipation is a natural measure of the general emancipation, and I will agree with that. All right, let's move on here. Nothing too controversial or something out of the ordinary here. Let's power through to the next paragraph. Just give me a second. Just making sure the stream is running fine with bitrate. Yep, I think it's running fine. All right, almost there. But Fourier is at his greatest in his conception of the history of society. He divides its whole course thus far into 4 stages of evolution: savagery, barbarism, the patriarchate, civilization. The last is identical with the so-called civil or bourgeois society of today, and Engels is writing this in 1845, I think. Let's see. In 1840s or 50s is when he's writing this. Anyways. There we go. Bourgeois society of today, i.e., with the social order that came in with the 16th century. He proves that the civilized stage raises every vice practiced by barbarism in a simple fashion into a form of existence, complex, ambiguous, equivocal, hypocritical. The civilization moves in a vicious circle, in contradictions which it constantly reproduces without being able to solve them. Hence, it constantly arrives at the very opposite to that which it wants to attain, or pretends to want to attain, so that, e.g., under civilization, property is born of superabundance of itself. Okay, so he's still criticizing the current society. He's saying that the civilized stage, all the vices that existed during the barbarism are practiced, but in a form that is more complex, ambiguous, but it still exists. Let me just make a note of that. This is Fourier we're talking about. Okay, cancel. So. All right, nothing too controversial here. Let's move on to the next part. I'm actually going to read two paragraphs right here. Actually, it's power 2 to 3. Oh, come on, guys. There we go, these three. Fourier, as we see, uses a dialectic method in the same masterly way as his contemporary, Hegel. Using the same dialectics, he argues, talk about the illimitable human perfectibility, that every historical phase has its period of ascent and also its periods of descent. And he applies this observation to the future of the whole human race. As Kant introduced into natural science the idea of the ultimate destruction of the earth, Fourier introduced into historical science that of the ultimate destruction of human race. Whilst in France, the hurricane of the Revolution swept over the land, in England a quieter but not on the account less tremendous revolution was going on. Steam and the new tool-making machinery were transforming manufacture into modern industry, and thus revolutionizing the whole foundation of bourgeois society. The sluggish march of development of manufacturing period changed into a veritable storm in stress period of production. With constantly increasing swiftness, the splitting up into large capitalist and non-possessing proletariat went on. Between these, instead of the formal, stable middle class, an unstable mass of artisan and shopkeepers, the most fluctuating portion of population, now led a precarious existence. The new mode of production was as yet only at the beginning of its period of ascent, and yet it was normal, regular method of production, the only one possible under existing conditions. Nevertheless, even then it was producing crying social abuses, the herding together of a homeless population in the worst quarters of the large towns, the loosening of all traditional moral bonds, of patriarchal subordination, of family relations, overwork, especially of women and children, to a frightful extent, complete demoralization of the working class, suddenly flung into altogether new conditions, from country into town, from agriculture into modern industry, from stable conditions of existence into insecure ones that change from day to day. All right, a lot to unpack here, but essentially Engels is starting out saying, saying that Fourier is using the dialectical method, and that's dialectics as thesis and antithesis, like to everything positive there's a negative, so like to every action there's an opposite and equal reaction, that kind of thing. He's saying then that using the same dialectics, he says that every historical phase has its ascent and its descent, and just as Kant introduced the destruction idea of the ultimate destruction of Earth, Fourier introduces the idea of ultimate destruction of human race, which, okay, sure, I'm not going to dispute that. Where's his name ever? Like stuff like, don't fear the man who has practiced 1,000 kicks, but the man who has practiced one kick 1,000 times. Yeah, it's pretty good stuff. I don't know if that's actually what Confucius said. I know it's assigned to him, but I don't know if that's actually was said by him. Let's actually check who said it. Might be him. I haven't. Well, Bruce Lee said it. But yeah, it's Confucius. I think Confucius. What philosophy does Confucius do, or what type of philosophy? I know it's Eastern Chinese philosophy. Oh yeah, he guys. Yeah, at some point I'm going to read Confucius. I don't know when, but at some point in my. No, I didn't say that. I know. I was just joking. At some point in my life, I'll read it. Right now, I'm trying to get through Marx and modern Marxists and how they consider this modern phase of capitalism to be. And then we'll see what I get to next. But definitely Marx, for the time being, is my focus. I've read a lot of Marx, but I haven't always completely fully engaged with Marx, if that makes sense. There's a lot to Marx than just surface level reading Marx or reading any philosopher. But yeah, so where were we? We were. All right, he's saying over here that while there was a French Revolution going on in France, there was another revolution going on in England. That was the Steam Revolution. That's industry developing, manufacturing developing, and which is another revolution which is fundamentally changing the societal relations. And that's what he's talking about here, saying that it's changing the way things are working and making them normal now. Like he's saying, it's taking a herding together of homeless population in the worst quarters of the large towns, loosening of all traditional moral bonds, of patriarchal subordination of family relations, overwork, especially of women and children, to a frightful extent, complete demoralization of the working class, suddenly flung into altogether new conditions, because previously they used to be peasants generally or traveling tradesmen, and now all of a sudden they have to be these manufacturing industrial workers, kind of removed from their land, proletarianized essentially. Proletarian means someone who doesn't have land to them. Comes from, I think, Italian, Roman times, where proletari were people who didn't have land in their name. So essentially they become the proletariat, that is the peasants and the traveling workers and the guildsmen, or people outside of the guilds, and that's what Engels is talking about here. All right. Now he gets to Owen, Robert Owen, Welsh American socialist, Utopian socialist, especially. All right. Let's read what Engels says about Owen. All right. At this juncture, there came forward a reformer, a manufacturer, 29 years old, a man of almost sublime, childlike simplicity of character, and at the same time, one of the few born leaders of men. Robert Owen had adopted the teachings of the materialist philosophers that man's character is a product, on the one hand, of heredity, on the other, of environment of the individual during his lifetime. So, nature versus nurture argument. Robert Owen believes in both, and especially during his period of development. In the Industrial Revolution, most of his class saw only chaos and confusion, and the opportunity of fishing in these troubled waters and making large fortunes quickly, because Owen was a rich industrialist, really. So he's saying his class saw chaos and confusion, an opportunity of fishing in these troubled waters and making large fortunes quickly. That's pretty much what he did, or his family or his class did. He saw in it the opportunity of putting into practice his favorite theory, and so of bringing order out of chaos. He had already tried it with success as superintendent of more than 500 men in a Manchester factory. From 1800 to 1829, he directed the great cotton mill of New Lanark in Scotland as managing partner, and along the same lines, but with the greater freedom of action and with success that made him a European reputation. Right? So he was just a very successful manager or director of a cotton mill. A population originally consisting of the most diverse and for the most part very demoralized elements, a population that gradually grew to 2,500, he turned into a model colony in which drunkenness, police, magistrates, lawsuits, poor laws, charity were unknown. Okay, so he just abolished the police, essentially. The magistrates, the lawsuits, essentially law, bourgeois law, poor laws, which were laws that were mostly to keep poor away from rich people, charity, and so on. And all this simply by placing the people in conditions worthy of human beings, and especially by carefully bringing up the rising generation. He was founder of infant schools and introduced them first at New Lanark. At the age of 2, the children came to school, where they enjoyed themselves so much they could scarcely be got home again. Whilst his competitors worked their people 13 or 14 hours a day, in New Lanark the working day was 10.5 hours. When a crisis in cotton stopped work for 4 months, his workers received their full wages all the time. And with all this, the business more than doubled in value, and to the last yielded large profits of its proprietors. All right, so he's just trying a bunch of different things. He's trying to put his own money into his ideas and creating this commune-like setting at his factory, and trying to say, okay, let's see what we can do. Like what can come out of this. And he, as we see here, has a shorter work day for the time. 10 hours is still pretty long, but for that time it's heaven compared to what existing work hours were. And he has created a separate, essentially preschool for kids, or pre-K for kids. Interesting. Let's read all this stuff. All right. In spite of all this, Owen was not content. The existence which he secured for his workers was, in his eyes, still far from being worthy of human beings. I agree. The people were slaves at my mercy. The relatively favorable conditions in which he had placed them were still far from allowing a rational development of the character and of the intellect in all directions, much less of the free exercise of all their faculties. And yet, The working part of this population of 2,500 persons was daily producing as much real wealth for society as less than half a century before it would have required the working part of a population of 600,000 to create. I asked myself what became of the differences between the wealth consumed by the 2,500 persons and that which would have been consumed by 600,000. The answer was clear. It had been used to pay the proprietors of the establishment 5% on the capital they had laid out, in addition to over £300,000 clear profit. And that which they held for New Lanark held to a still greater extent for all the factories in England. If this new wealth had not been created by machinery imperfectly as it has been applied, the wars of Europe in opposition to Napoleon and to support the aristocratic principle of society could not have been maintained. And yet, this new power was the creation of the working classes. To them, therefore, the fruits of the new power belonged. The newly created gigantic productive forces, hitherto used only to enrich individuals and to enslave the masses, offered to Owen the foundation for a reconstruction of society. They were destined as common property of all to be worked for the common good of all. All right, pretty basic socialist idea that these machines compared to before are helping us be more productive, so that profit then generated by these, or the value created by these, must be shared equally between the people who are generating that value, and that is the working people, the working class. Nothing controversial there. I don't think so. And all right, let's move on to this next part. Come on. All right, almost done. All right. Owen's communism was based upon this purely business foundation, the outcome, so to say, of commercial calculation. Throughout, it maintained this practical character. Thus, in 1823, Owens proposed the relief of the distress in Ireland by communist colonies, and drew up complete estimates of costs of founding them, yearly expenditure, and probable revenue. That in his definite plan for the future, the technical working out of details is managed with such practical knowledge. Ground plan, front and side, and bird's eye views all included, that the Owen method of social reform once accepted, there is, from the practical point of view, little to be said against the actual arrangement of the details. His advance in the direction of communism was a turning point in Owen's life. As long as he was simply a philanthropist, he was rewarded with nothing but wealth, applause, honor, and glory. He was the most popular man in Europe. Not only men of his class, but statesmen and princes listened to him approvingly. But when he came out with his communist theories, there was quite another thing. Three great obstacles seemed to him especially to block path to social reform: private property, religion, and the present form of marriage. All right. So Robert Owen created communes, I think, not throughout, but in certain parts of Europe, and definitely also in America. He created communes where he essentially ran his version of communist experiments. Over here, Engels is saying in 1823, Owen proposed the relief of distress in Ireland by communist colonies. So all the distress in Ireland, maybe think this was the time of the potato famine. Let's actually look that up. Irish potato famine, what were the years? Irish potato famine. Also not yet. So it's 1845 to 49. That's what I thought. I thought it was middle of 1800s. So he's essentially saying that he's like a policy wonk. Essentially, he's counted down or broken down how much it would take to create these communes in Ireland and any new place, and how much they would need to make to be profitable, and so on. That Engels is saying once you look at it from a numbers point of view, you can't really argue with it. but it's still a business venture. And Engels says that Owen is highly respected throughout Europe, and the problem he sees with that is blocking the path to social reform is private property, and that's the means of production, religion, and the present form of marriage. All right, last two paragraphs. Let's start with this. He knew what confronted him if he attacked these: outlawry, excommunication from official society, the loss of his whole social position. But nothing of this prevented him from attacking them without fear of consequences, and what he had foreseen happened. Banished from official society with a conspiracy of silence against him in the press, ruined by his unsuccessful communist experiments in America, in which he sacrificed all his fortunes, he turned directly to the working class and continued working in their midst for 30 years. Every social movement, every real advance in England on behalf of the workers links itself to the name of Robert Owen. He forced through in 1819, after 5 years of fighting, the first law limiting the hours of labor of women and children in factories. He was the president of the first Congress, at which all the trade unions of England united in a single great trade association. He introduced as transition measures to the complete communistic organization of society, on the one hand, cooperative society for retail, trade, and production. These have since that time at least given practical proof that the merchant and the manufacturer are socially quite unnecessary. On the other hand, he introduced labor bazaars for the exchange of the products of labor through the medium of labor notes, whose unit was a single hour of work, institutions necessarily doomed to failure, but completely anticipating Proudhon's Bank of Exchange of a much later period, and differing entirely from this in that it did not claim to be a panacea for all social ills, but only a first step towards a much more radical revolution of the society. All right. So he, as he goes to attack it, that's private property, religion, and the present form of marriage. Unsurprisingly, he is banished from polite society. These are things you cannot really attack if you want to live a decent life in bourgeois capitalist societies. But then he still, and then he says, conspiracy of ruined by his unsuccessful communist experiments in America. Yep, he, like I said, had created communes, and from what I remember reading about it in Industrial Worker by Norman Ware, he bankrupted himself pretty much, or came pretty close to it. He invested a lot of money in there, and maybe it wasn't like all well thought out, and so on. Really interesting stuff. I should actually read that book again at some point. It's a lot of pages, but maybe we will do that. Anyways, he continues doing his work for labor. That is, he fights for 5 years, I'm sure, with other people, and gets through the law that says that limits down the amounts of hours that women and children are allowed to work. President of the first Congress, where all the different trade unions come together to form a larger umbrella organization. Essentially just does like good labor related organizing, creates labor notes or labor bazaar where you can sell products of your labor, and a labor note is 1 hour of labor, which has its own problems, but it's not a bad idea. Like, how do you equate the hour of labor of raising a child with the hour of labor of knitting some yarn? Marx has an answer to that, but that's in Capital Volume 1. We'll have to wait to that when we eventually go back to Capital Volume 1. But for now, Owen is trying his own kind of thing. Last passage or paragraph. The Utopian The utopian's mode of thought had for a long time governed socialist ideas of the 19th century. Sorry, just had to check something. God damn it. Alright. Had and still governs some of them. Right? The utopian's mode of thought for a long time governed the socialist ideas of the 19th century and still governs some of them. Until very recently, all French and English socialists did homage to it. The earlier German communism, including that of Wittling, was of the same school. To all these, socialism is the expression of absolute truth, reason, and justice, and has only to be discovered to conquer all the world by virtue of its own power. And as an absolute truth is independent of time and space and of the historical development of man, it is a mere accident when and where it is discovered. With all this, absolute truth, reason, and justice are different with the founder of each different school. And as each one special kind of absolute truth, reason, and justice is again conditioned by his subjective understanding, his condition of existence, the measure of his knowledge, and his intellectual training, there is no ending possible in this conflict of absolute truths than that they shall be mutually exclusive of one another. That means that if there is an absolute truth and justice and three people have different ideas of it, they can't all be the same. Hence, from this, nothing could come but a kind of eclectic average socialism, which, as a matter of fact, has up to the present time dominated the minds of most of the socialist workers in France and England. Hence, a mishmash allowing of the most manifold shades of opinion, a mishmash of such critical statements, economic theories, pictures of future, society by the founders of different sects as excite a minimum of opposition, a mishmash which is the more easily brewed, the more definite sharp edges of the individual constituents are rubbed down in the stream of debate, like rounded pebbles in a brook. To make a science of socialism, it first had to be placed upon a real basis. All right. He's just saying a lot of the socialist thought of Europe throughout the 18th century, right? 18th, he said? Oh, sorry, the 19th century was governed by utopian socialists. Oops. Sorry. Let's look at and that all these people were the utopian socialist schools of thought were kind of pushing their own ideas based on limited or subjective understanding, not limited. And that's not what Marxism or Marx and Engels thought. Oh, damn it, where is it? All right, let's see. All right, so it's written between January and March of 1880. We just read this. Utopian Socialism. Dialectics is the next one. Wait, come on. What do you think? Should I keep going, read this, or end the stream? Not sure. I could, but I know dialectics is a pretty intense writing. Alright, this is what I'm gonna do later on tonight in about 3 hours. Oh, keep going. Alright, then this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take a few minutes of break, make some coffee, and then I'll be back. Yeah, let's do that. I'm gonna be back in, let's say, 10 minutes. Just so I can get some blood flowing, and I'll be back in about 10 minutes, and then we'll read Dialectics. Alright, let me see, let's bring up Dialectics. Alright, so I'll be back in, let's say, 10 minutes, and then we can, let me see, can I bring up a timer in this scene for 10 minutes? Let's see, yep, I can. Alright, so 10 minutes and then I'll be back, and then we can keep going. I'm just going to turn up the music till then. Sorry, I'm gonna reset the timer for 10 minutes. Just took me 30 seconds to get this stupid thing set up. Alright, I'll be back in about 10 minutes.
love you, Scarlett. Talking has been dangerous enough. Deep breath might prove fatal.
Thank God for my wrist game. Counting money in the bubble bath. Thank God for my wrist game. My wrist be dancing. Counting money in the bubble bath.
Alright, comrades, let's get back to work. Sorry, it took me a bit longer than 10 minutes. I just decided to have my dinner. Alright, let's get back to dialectics. Dialectics. Alright, I am not the best person at describing dialectics, and hopefully this would, as we're reading / talking, we'll be able to maybe talk about it a little bit more clearly, and that should hopefully, wait a minute, okay, yeah. It's just making sure my mic was actually on. I did that in the last hour of the stream where I was talking for like solid 2 minutes, not realizing my mic was off. Yeah, so dialectics is a way of interpreting the world where trying to look essentially at cause and effect, not cause and effect, thesis and antithesis. Thesis and antithesis. So a revolution has a counter-revolution. Positive has a negative, and so on. And this was a dominant form of German philosophy, which was the dominant form of European philosophy in the 1800s, and I believe it was Marx who added the idea of a synthesis. So there was the thesis and the antithesis, and then Marx says there's a synthesis that comes from both of them. So let's get to dialectics first and see what Engels has to say about dialectics. Engels being the comrade, the friend, the brother in arms of Marx. Really, we could call him the first Marxist. And contributed a lot to Marxist theory. He was not just like some people like some people on the right and conservatives will call, well, he was just like a person who was funding Marx. No, Engels was a very developed, high-level thinker. Very well read, a revolutionary. He actually participated in the 1848 revolutions. So in Europe, there were revolutions throughout most of Europe, I feel like, or at least the developed economies in 1848, and largely socialists trying to cause revolutions and then essentially just try to move society towards a more socialistic orientation of the society. Engels was a general in that. Engels played a very, very important role in that. His military analysis is something that Marx and a lot of people in the socialist movement highly regarded. So not just someone to brush off, I guess. Anyways, enough talking about Engels. Let's move on to dialectics, which is written by Engels. So I guess we are talking about Engels throughout this piece. Also eating my rice pudding. Let's deal with it. All right. So, like before, I'm going to read out loud what I highlight in form of passages, and then kind of just offer my thoughts on what I understand it to be. And hopefully that will clear things up for me, and if you're following along, for you as well. Alright, let's get to it. Oh, damn it, there we go. Alright, let's read the 3 passages first. Alright, in the meantime, along with and after the French philosophy of the 18th century had arisen the new German philosophy, culminating in Hegel. As I said, Hegel creates the type of dialectics we're talking about here. And I only say type of because I'm not sure if there was dialectics before. Alright. Its greatest merit was taking up again of dialectics as the highest form of reasoning. Alright, so there was dialectics before. The old Greek philosophers were all born natural dialecticians, and Aristotle, the most encyclopedic of them, had already analyzed the most essential forms of dialectic thought. The newer philosophy, on the other hand, although in it also had in it also dialectics had brilliant exponents. For example, Descartes and Spinoza had already, especially through English influence, become more and more rigidly fixed in so-called metaphysical mode of reasoning, by which also the French of the 18th century were almost wholly dominated. At all events, in their special philosophical works, outside philosophy in the restricted sense, the French nevertheless produced masterpieces of dialectic. We need only call to mind Diderot's and Rousseau's Descartes. I'm not going to pronounce those. Whatever. Diderot and Rousseau wrote something on dialectics. We give here in brief the essential character of these two modes of thought. Alright, when we consider and reflect upon nature at large, or history of mankind, or our own intellectual activity, at first we see the picture of an endless entanglement of relations and reactions, permutations and combinations, in which nothing remains what, where, and as it was, but everything moves, changes, comes into being and passes away. We see, therefore, at first the picture as a whole, with its individual parts still more or less kept in the background. We observe the movements, transitions, connections, rather than the things that move, combine, and are connected. This primitive, naive, but intrinsically correct conception of the world is that of ancient Greek philosophy, and was first formulated clearly formulated by Heraclitus, or Heraclitus, whatever. Everything is and is not, for everything is fluid, is constantly changing, constantly coming into being and passing away. Ooh, very poetic. Engels turning poetic. That's new for me. I have seen Engels be a very, very spicy bitch, but I have not seen Engels be poetic. That is new for me. Alright, Engels is saying, first of all, 18th century Hegel and dialectics is really all over the place. It's the main philosophical sort of wave of the time. The second paragraph is saying, sorry, just give me a second. I'm about to sneeze. Alright, that was a false alarm. Alright, he's saying, so this is a new form of dialectics, and Hegel and others have returned it to the highest form of reasoning once again. And Engels then says it used to be that all the previous Greek philosophers were born natural dialecticians, and this is how they kind of thought of the world. And says and then Descartes and Spinoza kind of become these big, supporters of the newer philosophy. On the other hand, although in it also dialectics had brilliant exponents. So in the new philosophy, Descartes and Spinoza are exponents of dialectics, but the main mode of thinking was still the metaphysical mode of reasoning, which the French were also consumed by. But nevertheless, French also produced some masterpieces of dialectics, and this is where Diderot's Le Nouveau, De Rameau, and Rousseau's Discours or L'Origine, I don't know what the fuck, et les fondements de l'inégalité parmi les hommes. Whatever, bro. We gave here in brief the essential character. Right. So this is the really poetic part of it that I'm going to read again, because as I said, Engels being poetic is new to me. I've seen Engels be a very, very spicy bitch, but never poetic. Right. So only this part this time. When we consider and reflect upon nature at large, or the history of mankind, or the history of mankind, or our own intellectual activity, at first we see the picture of an endless entanglement of relations and reactions, permutations and combinations in which nothing remains what, where, and as it was, but everything moves, changes, comes into being, and passes away. Alright, it's beautiful. So he's saying that the way we understand nature, it's essentially just relations and reactions and things moving and changing. We see, therefore, at first the picture as a whole, with its individual parts still more or less kept in the background. We observe the movements, transitions, connections, rather than the things that move, combine, and are connected. Alright, he's saying we're just, when we look at things, we're looking at them from like a 10,000 feet view at first, before we get to like really understand them. Which, hey, I don't disagree with that, right? So it's kind of like if you are learning about something, you most likely will get a very, very high level view of it before you go really deep into it. Which, hey, all of that makes sense. Just give me a second. Let's read the next part. This primitive, naive, but intrinsically correct conception of the world is that of ancient Greek philosophy and was first clearly formulated by Heraclitus. Everything is and is not, for everything is fluid, constantly changing, constantly coming into being and passing away. Alright, so it's just saying that everything is constantly changing, comes and goes out of existence, and so on. Alright, let's get back to it. Sorry, just got distracted by something. Let me just close out all these tabs so that I don't get tempted. Alright, this is a long paragraph. Let's read through it. But this conception, correctly as it expresses the general character of the picture of appearance as a whole, does not suffice to explain the details of which the picture is made up. And so long as we do not understand these, we have not a clear idea of the whole picture. In order to understand these details, we must detach them from their natural special causes, effects, etc. This is primarily the task of natural and historical sciences, natural sciences and historical research, branches of science which the Greek of classical times on very good grounds relegated to subordinate positions because they had first of all to collect materials for these sciences to work upon. Okay. A certain amount of natural and historical material must be collected before there can be any critical analysis, comparisons, and arrangement in classes, orders, and species. The foundation of the exact natural science were therefore first worked out by the Greeks of the Alexandrian period. The foundation of the exact natural sciences were therefore first worked out by Greeks of the Alexandrian period and later on in the Middle Ages by the Arabs. Real natural science dates from the second half of the 15th century, and thence onward it had advanced with constantly and increasing rapidity. The analysis of nature into its individual parts, the grouping of different natural processes and objects in definite classes, the study of the internal anatomy of the organized bodies in their manifold forms. These were the fundamental conditions of the gigantic strides in our knowledge of nature that have been made during the last 400 years. But this method of work has also left us as legacy the habit of observing natural objects and processes in isolation, apart from their connection with the vast whole, of observing them in repose, not in motion, as constraints, not as essential variables, in their death, not in their life. And when this way of looking at things was transferred by Bacon and Locke from natural sciences to philosophy, it begot the narrow metaphysical mode of thought peculiar to the last century. Alright, so he's saying that in the last century, that is 1600s and before, people had kind of gotten used to just looking at things as they were, not as changing things, right? So either you're looking them at like one specific point in their time, whether that's beginning, middle, or end, but not in between, like how we got from beginning to middle, from middle to end. How are things changing? And he's saying this kind of started in, and this has given us a lot, he says, because in the scientific method, but it has also given the people of the time the legacy of just looking things as isolated objects and not as connected to the whole. And he says, of observing them in repose, not in motion, as constraint, not as essentially variables, in their death, not in their life. So yeah, I don't think that's hard to understand, makes total sense to me at least. And then he says that when this way of looking at things was transferred by Bacon and Locke, that's Francis Bacon and John Locke, from natural science to philosophy, it begot the narrow metaphysical mode of thought peculiar to the last century. All right, let's read these next two passages. To the metaphysician, things and their mental reflexes, ideas are isolated, are to be considered one after the other and apart from each other, are objects of investigation fixed, rigid, given once for all. He thinks in absolutely irreconcilable antithesis. His communication is yea, nay, nay, for whatsoever is more than these cometh of evil. For him, a thing either exists or does not, for a thing cannot be at the same time be itself and something else. Positive and negative absolutely exclude one another. Cause and effect stand in rigid antithesis to one another. At the first sight, this mode of thinking seems to us very luminous, because it is that of so-called sound common sense. Only sound common sense, respectable fellow that he is, in the homely realm of his own four walls, has very powerful adventures. Directly he ventures out in the world of research and the metaphysical mode of thought, justifiable and necessary as it is in a number of domains whose extent varies according to the nature of the particular object of investigation, sooner or later reaches its limit, beyond which it becomes one-sided, restricted, abstract, lost in insoluble contradictions. In the contemplation of individual things, it forgets that the connection between them. In the contemplation of their existence, it forgets the beginning and the end of existence. Of their repose, it forgets their motion. It cannot see the woods for the trees. All right. So here we go. Once again, Engels being a spicy bitch. Once again, looking at the would you learn Russian for fun in 2023? I don't know. One of my cousins is fluent in Russian. He got his bachelor's and master's degrees from Russia. I don't know if I will do that. Sounds like a lot of work, but I am going to. Right now I'm learning Spanish. My life goal from like a languages point of view is to right now I'm learning Spanish. That's the new one. I've gotten to a point where I can read basic Spanish and understand it. But my life goal to do before I die is to learn most of the major languages in South Asia. So right now I speak obviously English. I also speak Urdu, Hindi, Punjabi, Saraiki, and I can understand. And a little bit speak Haryanvi. So I speak a few languages of South Asia, but there are many languages in South Asia, all kind of interrelated to each other. This year, I'm trying to make enough time to start learning Tamil or Telugu, one of those, either one. I actually kind of want to learn Tamil because of the existing South Asian languages, Tamil is the oldest one. It's thousands and thousands of years old. Like tens of thousands of years old. So Tamil is the one that I probably, aside from Spanish, would be venturing out at some point to learn. I have to find like some local Tamil place where I can learn it. So I'm gonna see if I can. One of my friends, she's Tamil. I'm gonna ask her if she recommends anything. I know she speaks Tamil, so we'll see. But immediately, like after Spanish, I probably would want to learn Tamil. How did you learn Spanish? I've honestly just been doing Duolingo started doing Duolingo in 2021, so I've been doing it a little over a year and a half. I am planning on doing a little bit more involved Spanish, like signing up for either local classes near me, or there is a place called the People's Forum. They were planning on launching Spanish classes for organizers, especially socialist organizers. I applied for that. I'll see if they accept me. If they accept me, then that's going to be at least 3-4 hours a week just talking in Spanish. I will love that if I get into that program. But other than that, if that doesn't work out, then what I'll most likely do is just sign up for like local classes in like a community center or something where I can just be able to speak and learn Spanish in a more conversational manner. But right now, after this, or rather, I think I should say, I've been venturing a little bit out to actually read Spanish on like newspaper sites, etc. That's one, or just Twitter tweets, honestly, in Spanish. So yeah, I've definitely gotten a bit more comfortable in Spanish, and some of my family members actually live in Spain. And it is different from Latin American Spanish, but I might do that. It's just, I don't want to like burden them too much, but probably, maybe in like a few weeks or a month or so, I'll probably ask them to give me some time daily or like a few times a week just so I can speak with them in Spanish. They've been living there for 5-6 years now. Yeah. He did his master's and bachelor's in, I think, textile and chemical engineering, respectively, in the 90s from Russia. So he lived there for years. I think he was in Russia for like 10 to 12 years. His first wife was also Russian. So yeah, he's proficient. Like he speaks native level Russian, and he's a big fan of Russian literature. So he has read a lot of Russian literature as well. But yeah, He definitely speaks Russian. And I think his son understands Russian. He doesn't speak Russian. But to the question of would I learn Russian? Maybe. I don't know yet. The thing is, like, I feel like Russian literature and things that I want to read are so readily available in English or even in Urdu. A lot of Russian stuff, especially during the Soviet Union time, a lot of that would come to Pakistan, translated into Urdu. The Soviet Union did help educate a lot of people in the third world. So one of the reasons I kind of want to learn Tamil and all these other South Asian languages is because not all of their literature and writings that I want to read are available in English. They're just in their local languages, and I want to be able to read them and learn from those things, especially. So I think it would be fun to learn those languages, and once I kind of build up a base in Tamil or Telugu, it should give me a base to jump off into other South Indian languages as well. So like Kannada, Malayali, Telugu, Tamil, whichever one I learn first, should give me like a way to jump off into other local Dravidian languages as well. So that is one of the reasons I kind of want to learn either Tamil or Telugu. Probably will learn Tamil, and then jump off into Telugu, and then try to find my way around in other languages. But yeah, definitely, like I definitely want to learn other languages. All right, let's read a few more paragraphs and then we can do some more talking about languages. All right. We just read this. So Engels is saying to the metaphysician, or somebody who looks at metaphysics or analyzes the world through the lens of metaphysics, things exist in a binary. They either exist, they don't. It's either a yes or a no. It's good or evil. There is nothing in between. But obviously, even the smallest bit of insight into this or inquiry into this kind of disambiguates this entire thing. And that's what he's saying as well, is that that's what Engels is saying, that metaphysics doesn't take into the account the changing nature of things, the changing nature of reality, for example. And that's what Engels is trying to get to with dialectics, because that's what dialectics does, is that it takes into account changing nature of things, changing nature of reality, of people, which is why we often hear the phrase, this is a dialectical relationship between two things, because they're in conversation with each other. One thing is changing another thing. That thing is changing the original thing back. All right, let's move on to, let's read these three paragraphs. Four, but they're kind of like three. For everyday purposes, we know and can say whether an animal is alive or not, but upon closer inquiry, we find that this is, in many cases, a very complex question, as jurists know very well. They have cudgeled their brains in vain to discover a rational limit beyond which the killing of the child in its mother's womb is murder. It is just as impossible to determine absolutely the moment of death, for physiology proves that death is not an instantaneous momentary phenomenon, but a very protracted process. All right, Engels is getting into the abortion debate. Love it. In like manner, every organized being is every moment the same and not the same. Every moment it assimilates matter supplied from without and gets rid of other matter. Every moment some cells of its body die and others build themselves anew. In a longer or shorter time, the matter of its body is completely renewed and is replaced by other molecules of matter, so that every organized being is always itself and yet something other than itself. Also fairly uncontroversial here. I mean, the me that was me, the cells that were me at the start of the stream are not the same anymore, right? So when you look at from like a 10,000 or like from an outside viewer saying, well, it's the same guy, same Sandwall, reading the same shit, being weird, same stuff. But really, when you look at a much more deeper, a more dialectical level, you're trying to see, well, what has changed? You kind of realize that we have been going through constant change internally for the last 3 hours and 6 minutes that this stream has been running. And even before that. And without a certainty, this will keep on going for as long as I'm alive. There's nothing you can do to stop it. And that's what Engels is feeding into. He's saying that, hey, the metaphysicians think that you either are or you're not. You're alive or you're dead. And he's saying, nope, that's not true. You can be alive and then eventually you move towards death, but you can't put a stake somewhere and say, nope, this is the point where you cross over from living into the land of the dead. That's not how it works. All right. Next paragraph. Further, we find upon closer inspection the two poles of an antithesis, positive and negative, are as inseparable as they're opposed, and that despite all their opposition, they mutually interpenetrate, and we find in like manner that cause and effect are conception, which only hold good in their application to individual cases. But as soon as we consider the individual cases in their general connection with the universe as a whole, they run into each other and they become confounded when we contemplate the universal action and reaction in which causes and effects are eternally changing places. So that what is the effect here will now be the cause then and there and then, and vice versa. All right, a lot of words just to say that there's no such thing as positive or negative, or just one thing or another, or cause and effect. Because what's the cause of one effect that effect can then become a cause for something else. So like a chain of things happening is what Engels is kind of hinting at here, using tedious language that I don't think he needs to, but so is life. All right, last passage of this last paragraph of the highlighted stuff. None of these processes and modes of thought enter into the framework of metaphysical reasoning. Dialectics, on the other hand, comprehends things in their representations, ideas in their essential connection, concatenation, motion, origin, and ending. Such processes as those mentioned above are therefore so many corroborations of its own method of procedure. All right, so Engels is kind of closing his argument here. Just give me a second. I'm going to sit down again. I put my table down, a standing desk down. All right, let's. So just to wrap up so far, I mean not wrap up, but kind of summarize what we have read so far. Engels is here. Just give me a second. Where is it? What is this? Just give me a. Okay, never mind. Thought I saw something on my scene that I didn't put there. All right. Engels has so far compared metaphysics and dialectics to each other. Metaphysics being like this, being at that point when Engels is writing in 1800s, and so 16, 15, 1700s, metaphysics was a dominant form of thought, where things either are or they aren't. To be or not to be is the question, right? So, but Engels is saying that's not really right, because that's you missing the forest for the trees. Because you're so focused on the forest, you're not understanding how the trees are linked to each other, how that they grow together as an ecosystem, essentially. You're kind of just looking at the forest and saying, oh, look, what a beautiful forest. And that's a okay method of looking at things. You're getting a high-level overview of things, but is that all there is to it? Or is there more? And that's where dialectics comes in. Dialectics goes and says, okay, great, there's a forest. There's like these collection of trees that is forming this really beautiful forest. But what is going on with the trees? Better yet, what's making the trees? And how did the trees come about? What's keeping them nourished? What is coming out about because the trees exist? So dialectics is then trying to go and understand more than just a high-level overview. It's trying to get to the broader, deeper understanding, not broader, but deeper understanding of things. It's essentially just having a scientific conversation, really. It's asking the questions, trying to understand the processes. All right, that's all right. I don't know why I thought this was a much harder passage than it has been so far, and maybe it's going to really turn up the difficulty. But the last time I read it, and that was maybe during COVID 2020, I remember it being a lot harder than it is, and maybe that's kind of why I am streaming this, because it's a way for me to think out loud. Previously, like, this was during COVID lockdown, so obviously I'm not talking to people at that time, like having this. I mean, I actually ran a philosophy reading group during 2020 and 2021, the lockdown times. But we didn't read this passage. We read a lot of different stuff. We read some right-wing stuff, some communist stuff. It was interesting times. I actually read the oh my god, what's the name of that professor? So at Princeton, Dr. Cornel West, and let's see, Cornel West and Robert George. Yes, Robert George. So Cornel West, who is a self-identified democratic socialist, and Robert George, who is a free market liberal. Right? They're also apparently the best of friends, both philosophers. and they collectively ran this seminar at Princeton University, where they got into a lot of different foundational philosophical texts. So, like going back to the antiquity of Greek, so Antigone, some Plato, some Aristotle, Friedrich Hayek, who is the most annoying writer I have ever read, the most tedious writing style of all time. In my opinion, obviously, someone else might find him good, and they're weird. Oh man, talking dries your throat. All right. So me and a dear friend of mine, we ran this philosophy club essentially for I think 3 months. Like every weekend, we would essentially read and discuss either a full book or a part of a book. If it was like longer than 150 pages, we would break it up into successive steps, where successive sessions where we would read about 150 pages. Let's actually look that up. Cornell West, Robert George, Princeton seminar reading list. Right, it's I don't see that anymore. Trying to find the book list. Let's see. Robert George. Anyways, I can't find it. It's beyond the point. But it was a lot of foundational texts of Western philosophy, which we read as essentially like a group of people who would meet every Sunday, like 2 to 4 p.m. we would go and read it, in which we also read the Communist Manifesto, which I don't think it's a work of philosophy. It's a manifesto of a political group. If anything, obviously Marx's magnus opum in philosophy is Capital, but you need to run like a multi-month reading group just to read that thing. It's not really easy. But yeah, the point being that we read these books together as a group, and they were very, very enlightening. Things that honestly I would not read by myself. I'm glad I did. Alright, let's read a few more paragraphs from here. There we go. Actually, let's read this one. Nature is the proof of dialectics, and it must be said for modern science that it has furnished this proof with very rich materials increasingly daily, and thus has shown that in the last resort, nature works dialectically and not metaphysically, that she does not move in the eternal oneness of a perpetually recurring cycle, but goes through a real historical evolution. In this connection, Darwin must be named before all others. He dealt the metaphysical concept of nature the heaviest blow by his proof that all organic beings, plants, animals, and man himself are the product of a process of evolution going on through millions of years. But the naturalists who have learned to think dialectically are few and far between, and this conflict of the results of discovery with preconceived modes of thinking explains the endless confusion now reigning in theoretical natural science, the despair of teachers as well as learners, of authors and readers alike. Alright, fairly easy to follow here, but just in case, Engels is talking about the advance in the proof of dialectics in nature through Darwin, where Darwin says that species kind of evolve, or a species that we see today have evolved from previous ancestors. They were not always like this, that there were changes in result to adaptations of environments or genetics. And he observes this at the Galapagos Island and other places, and formulates theory which he then publishes into On the Origin of the Species, which I have read actually. It's pretty boring, but it's well written for the time. He's of the time of Jane Austen, and it's one of those eras of writing that I personally feel like you need to spend multiple times reading those books. It's not like I love Jane Austen's Pride and Prejudice, but I loved it on my third reading. First time I read it, I was like, I have no idea what I'm just reading. Second time I read it, I was like, all right, it's okay. Third time I read it, and I just loved it. Here we go. Sorry, you just heard. All right, where were we? So that's fairly easy. Well, not fairly easy, but that's straightforward to follow. I don't want to underplay the kind of stuff we're covering here. All right, let's go. Where is the text? There we go. Let's read one paragraph at a time. We're almost, I think we're like more than halfway through. An exact representation of the universe, of its evolution, of the development of mankind, and of the reflection of this evolution in the minds of men. Just making sure if my mic is on. Can therefore only be obtained by the methods of dialectics with its constant regard to the innumerable actions and reactions of life and death, of progressive and retrogressive changes. And in this spirit, the new German philosophy has worked. Kant began his career by resolving the stable solar system of Newton and its eternal duration, after the famous initial impulse had once been given into the results of a historical process. The formation of the Sun and all other planets out of a rotating nebulous mass. From this, he at the same time drew the conclusion that given this origin of the solar system, its future death followed of necessity. His theory half a century later was established mathematically by Laplace, and half a century after that, the spectroscope proved the existence in space of such incandescent masses of gas in various stages of condensation. All right. So he's saying Engels is saying that dialectics is how you explain the changing nature, and Kant, looking at I don't remember Immanuel Kant's theories of physics. I don't think I ever read it in Physics 1 or Physics 2, so I forget. But I do know that Kant predicted looking at some scientific data that because of the way the sun was created, it stood to reason that it's going to die. And that has been proven true, and that's why it is correct. But yeah, sorry, worst username ever. Do you watch any movies or TV shows? Yes, I do. Recently, what movie did I watch recently? Let's see. Oh yeah, last weekend was it? Or the weekend before? Anyways, in the last 14 days I watched what is this? Hey Noiculus, thank you for stopping by. You have a good weekend too. But yeah, as I was saying, this is TV shows and movies. I watched that movie, went to the theater to watch the movie Dungeons and Dragons. I really liked it. It was a fun movie. That was really fun. And the week before that, I watched John Wick, number 4, chapter 4. That was really fun. It's getting absurd with John Wick at this point. So we'll see what happens in the future movies. TV shows. Not as religiously. I used to watch a lot more TV shows in the years of 2013 to 2019. It's about solid 6 years I watched a lot of TV. I just don't have the patience for TV anymore. Or rather, not that I don't have patience. It's just when I start watching a TV show, I'm going to run through all the episodes and not stop until I'm done. And that can be a pretty messed up way of wasting your time. But recently I watched a Pakistani TV show. It's in Urdu, but it's all on YouTube with its closed captions if anybody wants to watch it. It's called Parizad, which was excellent. It's one of the best TV shows I watched in quite some time, but that's obviously my personal opinion. But it is a TV show that's really loved in both Pakistan and the Hindi-speaking areas of India. It's really good. It's about a guy in Pakistan who's born in a poor family, and on top of being poor, he also has darker skin. And in all post-colonial countries, in Pakistan, colorism is a very sad reality. Because he has darker skin, he's treated worse than anyone else. And you see this guy, and he falls in love with someone, and she sells him out, and then, well, she doesn't love him, but he falls in love with her, and she blames him for something that ends up really destroying his life. She says oh, he gave me a love letter or something, but he didn't. And then his family is really awful to him. So for straight 10 episodes, you just see this guy being punched to pretty much dust. And then he goes to a big city, starts to work, starts making money, and then at one point it becomes one of the richest people in country. And because he's a kind-hearted guy, he's still doing good for everybody. And it's just it's a simple story. It's nothing complicated here. But the dialogue is excellent. The characters are great. Music is amazing. The main actor is great. And it's 26 episodes, I think. 26, 27. No, 29. But it's one of my favorite shows now. It's called Parizad. That's one I watched. Any other movies I'm going to go watch? I don't know. What else is coming out? Let's actually check. Movie schedule. Let's see. Renfield is, I think it's out. I haven't. I want to see this movie. It's a new Nicolas Cage movie. Oh, it is out. All right, maybe I'll go check it out in this coming week. Air is another one I want to see. That's based on, I think, the story of Nike Air Jordans. I think that's directed by Ben Affleck, and I really like his direction. So probably we'll go see that. What else is coming out? Not a big fan of Nintendo, so I don't really care about the Mario movies. Are there any good TV shows coming out? I don't know of any. But then again, I don't watch TV shows. The last English language TV show I watched. What did I watch? Oh yeah, in January or February, I watched The Good Lord Bird on Showtime, I think, which is essentially just a story or fictionalized story of John Brown's life. It's really good. I really like that TV show. It's called The Good Lord Bird, and it has like only 6 episodes. It's fairly quick to watch. So that was not a huge investment, at least from my side. So I ended up watching and loving The Good Lord Bird, and I watched it right after I had finished the book John Brown by W.E.B. Du Bois, which is based on his actual life. The events in The Good Lord Bird have some fictional elements to it, but it was still a very well done TV show. Are there any new TV shows I'm looking forward to? I have to watch The Last of Us. I have not seen The Last of Us yet. That is one of the shows I have to watch. A lot of my good friends, people whose opinion I trust, have been telling me to watch it. But I haven't watched it yet, so we're looking forward to watching it. That is The Last of Us. I don't know if anybody else has watched it, if you have watched it, but The Last of Us is one that I want to watch. And the last TV show that I really loved before The Good Lord Bird, let's see. The one that comes to mind, I haven't seen Andor yet. Andor is one that I've been told is really good, and I think it has like another 6-7 episodes or something like that. Not that many episodes. So I gotta watch Andor. And I loved Peacemaker. It came out last year. Peacemaker was so fun. Oh my god, I used to wait for the episodes of the show every week. It was really fun. So if you haven't checked out Peacemaker, check it out. It's definitely worth the time. And then let's see, what are the TV shows coming out? TV shows to watch. Yeah, I mean, The Mandalorian, I've been hearing kind of mixed things about it. The last season, the 3rd season, that is. The Boys. Oh yeah, The Boys is great. I watched the most recent season of that in September. What an excellent show. What else? But yeah, I feel like I don't watch. I don't care enough about TV shows to really want to invest time into it. But there was definitely like 6 years to be exact, where I loved watching TV. And I watched a lot of TV. But I feel like I had much more free time back then. I could invest those hours. I refuse to do that now. And like, for example, I watched What did I watch? The Office. I would not be able to watch The Office now because Office, even though I love The Office, it's amazing. But it is a lot of seasons and a lot of episodes. If you were to now tell me like, oh, there's this great comedy show. It's one of the best, but it has 9 seasons. I'm like, nope, I'm out. Not watching it. But I did get to watch The Office in 2000 and I feel like 18 is when I watched it. Really glad I watched it. It's amazing. I don't think I'll be able to watch it now. Let's read one more paragraph. I almost forgot about this. Only have a few more paragraphs left, honestly. So this is the only way we'll do it. Read one paragraph, then we can talk about other shit. All right. This new German philosophy that is Dialectics culminated in Hegelian system in this system, and herein is its great merit. For the first time, the whole world, natural, historical, and intellectual, is represented as a process, as in constant motion, change, transformation, development. And the attempt is made to trace out the internal connection that makes a continuous whole of all this movement and development. From this point of view, the history of mankind no longer appeared as a wild whirl of senseless deeds of violence, all equally condemnable at the judgment seat of mature philosophical reason, and which are best forgotten as quickly as possible. But as the process of evolution, best forgotten as quickly as possible, but as the process of evolution of man himself, it is now the task of the intellect to follow the gradual march of this process through all its devious ways and to trace out inner laws working through its apparently accidental phenomenon. Alright, so here Engels is saying that in the dialectical German philosophy, Hegel brings together all these different things, the natural world, the historical, the intellectual, and represents them in constant motion, transforming, developing. So then instead of just looking at the atrocities of the previous world and saying, well, that was just a more savage time, we don't do that now. We actually through this framework get to analyze why that was a more savage time. What happened then, what led to it being a more savage time. So that's pretty much what he's saying. Let's read one more paragraph. That the Hegelian system did not solve the problem it pronounced is here immaterial. Its epoch-making merit was that it propounded the problem. This problem is that no single individual will ever be able to solve. Although Hegel was, with Saint-Simon, the most encyclopedic mind of his time, yet he was limited first by the necessary limited extent of his own knowledge, and second by the limited extent and depth of the knowledge and conceptions of his age. To these limits, a third must be added. Hegel was an idealist. To him, the thoughts within his brain were not the more or less abstract pictures of actual things and processes, but conversely, things and their evolutions were only the realized pictures of the idea, existing somewhere from the eternity before the world was. This way of thinking turned everything upside down and completely reversed the actual connection of things in the world. Correctly and ingeniously, as many groups of facts were grasped by Hegel, yet for the reasons just given, there is much that is botched, artificial, labored, in a word, wrong in point of detail. The Hegelian system in itself was a colossal miscarriage, but it was also the last of its kind. Alright, what is he saying here? Once again, Engels turning into a spicy bitch. He's saying, yes, Hegel really brought forward the dialectical Hegelian system, But it is also limited because number one, Hegel was limited by his own knowledge. Number two, limited by the conceptions of his age. Number three, Hegel was an idealist. What are idealists? So there are two thoughts of philosophy, I guess. Schools of philosophy. One is the idealist, the other is the materialist. Idealists are people like Hegel and Descartes who say, well, I think, therefore I am. So the only thing we can be sure of is that I am thinking. That there is an idea that exists. There is a possibility to the idealist that everything that we see is just an illusion. It's mere nonsense. It's a dream being conjured up. So the idealist thinks that the idea is the prime mover of things. Ideas are what exist. Everything else may not even exist at all. Right? The materialist says, no, it's the world that creates the ideas, not the ideas that create the world. So Engels is now saying Hegel was great, but he was also an idealist, which kind of is like a bitch move. Like, why would you, number one, try to understand the world as a moving continuum of things and then be like, well, the world is not actually real? What? So stupid. That's what Engels is saying. And Engels has read more philosophy than me, so I feel like he can say it. I can't say that about Hegel right now. I'm going to go fill up my water bottle. I'll be back in a minute. But anyways, yep. So yeah, Engels being Engels. Engels just spent most of this piece just talking about how great the dialectical system was. It was like, yeah, Hegel was awesome and dialectics are great, but Hegel is also an idealist, so he's a bitch, pretty much. And that's why he says in the last line that where is the last line? The last line. The Hegelian system in itself was a colossal miscarriage, but it was also the last of its kind. Let's find out what was the last of its kind. I don't know. I'm excited to find out. Come on. It was suffering, in fact, from an internal and incurable contradiction. Upon the one hand, its essential proposition was the conception that human history is a process of evolution, which, by its very nature, cannot find its intellectual final term in the discovery of any so-called absolute truths. But, on the other hand, it laid claim to being the very essence of this absolute truth. A system of natural and historical knowledge, embracing everything and final for all time, is a contradiction to the fundamental of dialectical reasoning. Yeah, so pretty much what we were just talking about is that he's saying there is an internal contradiction, incurable contradiction within the Hegelian system, where Hegel is trying to understand history as in a process of evolution. But then he goes and says, I know the absolute truth. I am an idealist. The world may not be real. I'm studying the world, but the world may not be real. The world may be a projection of a mind, of my mind, that is sitting out in a jar somewhere in the great ether. So that is the contradiction that Engels is talking about here. Like I said, spicy Engels. This law indeed by no means excludes, but on the contrary includes the idea that the systematic knowledge of the external universe can make giant strides from age to age. Alright, we're almost to the end. 1, 2, 3, Oh, we just have 4 paragraphs left. Great. So yeah, let's see. Just gonna check something really quick. All right, let's power through. Almost to the end. Feels great being able to make. I honestly did not think I would be able to get to this part of the reading, or second reading actually. I thought maybe 1 was where we call it a day. So thank you so much for pushing me. Worst username ever. Let's do 1 more paragraph. The perception of the fundamental contradiction in German idealism led necessarily back to materialism. But nota bene, what does this mean? Let's see. Note well, mark carefully. But nota bene, not to the simply metaphysical, exclusively mechanical materialism of the 18th century. Old materialism looked upon all previous history as a crude heap of irrationality and violence. Modern materialism sees it in the process of evolution of humanity and aims at discovering the laws thereof. With the French of the 18th century, and even with Hegel, the conception obtained of nature as a whole, moving in narrow... With the French of the 18th century, and even with Hegel, the conception obtained of nature as a whole, moving in narrow circles and forever immutable, with its eternal celestial bodies as Newton and unalterable organic species as Linus taught. Modern materialism embraces the more recent discoveries of natural science, according to which nature also has its history in time. The celestial bodies, like the organic species that under favorable conditions people them, being born and perishing. And even if nature as a whole must still be said to move in recurrent cycle, these cycles assume infinitely larger dimensions. In both aspects, modern materialism is essentially dialectic, and no longer requires the assistance of that sort of philosophy which Queen-like pretended to rule the remaining mob of sciences. As soon as each special science is bound to make clear its position in the great totality of things and of our knowledge of things, a special science dealing with this totality is superfluous or unnecessary. That which still survives of all earlier philosophy is the science of thought and its law, formal logic and dialectics. Everything else is subsumed in the positive science of nature, and with this totality is superfluous and unnecessary. That which still survives of all earlier philosophy, science of thought and law, from everything else is assumed in positive science of nature and history. Alright, so in this paragraph around all this nonsense, not nonsense, but complicated jargon, what Engels is really saying is that previously the previous version, the old dialectics were more or less limited to understanding of the organic species or the non-celestial species, but it turns out that celestial species, based on the recent scientific understanding, are also undergoing change. So there is a universal law of change happening, and that is what the modern dialectics are trying to do. All right. Almost to the end. Almost there. Almost. So, is this translated from German? Engels was English, so probably not. Even if it was translated from German, it was probably done by the author himself. Engels wrote in German, in French, in English. I know of these three languages that he wrote in, for sure. German was a pretty like English is today, at least in the European context. German was that, like where Germany, all modern science and philosophy was happening in Germany or German, so a lot of people knew German. Engels being one of them. Engels knew German, French, English. He was English, so even if he wrote this in German, he would have translated himself or rewritten it himself. But my guess is that he wrote this in English. But Engels was quite the guy. His work is it's one of the reasons I like Engels, because even though he writes about a lot of like really high level philosophy, he never takes that tone of writing down to someone, right? Because oftentimes philosophers will try to sit above their audience, be like, oh, let me use these $100 words, and I don't think Engels ever does that. So Engels is definitely my favorite from that point of view. All right, let's move on to the next one. All right. Whilst, however, the revolution in the conception of nature could only be made in proportion to the corresponding positive materials furnished by research, already much earlier certain historical facts had occurred which led to a decisive change in the conception of history. All right, what were those facts? In 1831, the first working class rising took place in Lyons. Between 1838 and 1842, first working class movement, that of the English Chartists, reached its height. The class struggle between the proletariat and bourgeoisie came to the front in the history of the most advanced countries in Europe, in proportion to the development, upon one hand, of the modern industry, upon the other, of the newly acquired political supremacy of the bourgeoisie. Facts more and more strenuously gave the lie to the teaching of the bourgeois economy. Facts more and more strenuously gave the lie to the teaching of the bourgeois economy as to the identity of the interests of capital and labor, as to the universal harmony and universal prosperity that would be the consequence of unbridled competition. All these could no longer be ignored any more than the French and English socialism, which was their theoretical though very imperfect expressions. But the old idealist conception of history, which was not yet dislodged, knew nothing of class struggles, based upon economic interest, knew nothing of economic interests. Production and all economic relations appeared in it only as incidental, subordinate elements in the history of civilization. Alright, so Engels here is essentially just saying that this kind of revolution in the dialectical nature of things, or the new version of dialectics, happens from his point of view because of the working class uprisings and revolutions that are happening in the advanced countries of the Europe. There's a change happening, there's a contradiction, there's the thesis, the antithesis, and the resolution, or the synthesis that is coming up, where the English Chartists that he mentions. So let's see, Chartist, England. Chartism. Yep, the English Chartists were like the very first working class party in Europe, I think. I'm just trying to see. People's Charter. Chartist Party. Yeah, so essentially they were just saying that they wanted voting rights for all people, or all men, not people, all men. So these were the things that they called for: the People's Charter for 6 reforms to make the political system more democratic. Because at this time, only the landed elites or landowners in England could vote. So in 1838 and onwards, there was the Chartist movement, which was led by socialists generally. It says the very first, they said 6 demands. Number 1 was a vote for every man aged 21 years and above, of sound mind, not undergoing punishment for a crime. Number 2, the secret ballot. Number 3, no property qualifications for MPs, because previously you had to have certain amount of land. Payment of members, enabling tradesmen. So essentially, like, number 4 was if you were an MP at that time, you weren't paid, which meant that only rich people would get elected because only they could afford being MPs without being paid. Equal constituency, securing the same amount of representation for same number of electors, so just more representation of the working people. Annual parliamentary elections, thus presenting the most effectual check to bribery and intimidation. So eventually, after Chartism died out, Britain adopted the first 5 reforms. So Britain adopted everything except for the first 5, the election every year, which I'm not in favor of, honestly. I think election every year just slows things down, because if you have an election every year, you basically have like at best 10 months to get anything done, and it's not really much. So I can kind of understand why that last point was not accepted. But yeah, the Chartists were the very first working class party in Europe that was able to extract meaningful reforms for themselves. Alright, so that's what he was saying, is that these revolutionary uprisings of the working class in the form of the Chartists and so on has in a way shown that history is not either happening or not happening. It's kind of in the middle at most times. Alright, this one. The new facts made imperative a new examination of all past history. Then it was seen that all past history, with the exception of its primitive stages, was the history of class struggles. That these warring classes of society are always the products of modes of production and of exchange, in a word, of the economic condition of their time. That the economic structure of society always furnishes the real basis starting from which we can alone work out the ultimate explanation of the whole superstructure of juridical and political institution, as well as religious, philosophical, and other ideas of a given historical period. Let's read that again. That was a lot of words. Then it was seen that all the past history, with the exception of the primitive stages, was the history of class struggles. That these warring classes of society are always the products of the modes of production and of exchange. So he's saying that based on the examination made of all past history and the new facts that we have seen of continuous class struggle, we can assume and then reasonably conclude that all history of the famous line in the Communist Manifesto, the history of all hitherto existing society is a history of class struggle. And that's pretty much what Engels is saying here. In a word, of the economic condition of their time, that the economic structure of society always furnishes the real basis, starting from which we can alone work out the ultimate explanation of the whole superstructure of juridical and political institutions, as well as the religious, philosophical, and any other given historical period. Alright, he's saying by understanding the modes of production and exchange and the economic conditions of their time, in a word, if we start looking at an economic system of a time, we can go from there and pull enough threads and understand pretty much how that society works, how the philosophy works of the time, how the relationships are structured, how society is structured, essentially. Right. All right, almost here. Right. From that time forward, socialism was no longer an accidental discovery of this or that ingenious brain, but the necessary outcome of the struggle between two historically developed classes, the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. Its task was no longer to manufacture a system of society as perfect as possible, but to examine the historico-economic succession of events from which these classes and their antagonisms had of necessity sprung, and to discover in the economic conditions thus created the means of ending the conflict. But the socialism of earlier days was as incompatible with the materialist conception. But the socialism of earlier days was as incompatible with this materialist conception as the conception of nature of the French materialist was with the dialectics in modern natural science. The socialism of earlier days certainly criticized the existing capitalist mode of production and its consequences, but it could not explain them, and therefore could not get the mastery of them. It could only simply reject them as bad. The more strongly this earlier socialism denounced the exploitations of the working class inevitable under capitalism, the less able it was to clearly show in what this exploitation consisted and how it arose. But for this, it was necessary to present the capitalist mode of production in its historical connection and its inevitableness during a particular historical period, therefore also to present its inevitable downfall, and to lay bare its essential character, which was still a secret. This was done by the discovery of surplus value. All right. So he says that once we were able to look at the world through a materialist dialectical conception of the world, we were able to get to a scientific understanding of socialism. That's not what he's saying, but that's kind of what he's saying. Because now, no longer, so if we remember the last reading we did, where it was Utopian socialism, where it was more like a great man theory of socialism, where someone who really understood absolute justice and absolute truth would come and establish real socialism, and it didn't matter when it came or when they came. Whenever they came, they would establish socialism. and get it as close to perfect as possible. But by looking at the materialist conception of the world, especially the dialectical materialist conception of the world that Engels is here laying out, he says that we get to a point where we can, once we start analyzing the economic system of a epoch, we start understanding its dialectical relationships with everything that happens in it. So remember the forest and the trees example, right? Imagine the forest to be the economic system and the trees to be everything that exists within that economic system, right? So the current dominant mode of production or the current economic system is capitalism. So if we imagine capitalism to be this forest, we then have to go into the forest, understand what are the different trees, how those trees are working, how they're being nourished, how they feed the rest of the ecosystem, and so on. And that's what he means, is that from that utopian understanding of socialism to this scientific understanding of socialism, where now we can understand how capitalism comes about, because we don't just discard the older epochs of history as just saying, well, those were just barbaric times. We actually look at them and we understand them and we study them, and we come to a conception, understanding that capitalism came about because of certain historical circumstances. And as sure as it came about because of the certain historical circumstances, it must then stand to reason that it will come to an end because of certain historical circumstances, which can be seen in things like the Paris Commune, the Soviet Union, Cuba, Vietnam, China, where they had their revolutions and abolished or tried to abolish capitalism and start moving towards socialism, which is a scientific understanding of history, not a mechanical, idealist, utopian understanding of history. So that's what Engels is saying here. All right, let's close it out. It was shown that the appropriation of unpaid labor is the basis of the capitalist mode of production and the exploitation of the worker that occurs under it, that even if the capitalist buys the labor power of his laborer at its full value as a commodity on the market, he yet extracts more value from it than he paid for, and that in the ultimate analysis, this surplus value forms those sums of values from which are heaped up constantly increasing masses of capital in the hands of possessing classes. The genesis of capitalist production and the production of capital were both explained. These two great discoveries, the materialist conception of history and the revelation of the secret of capitalist production through surplus value, we owe to Marx. With these discoveries, socialism became a science. The next thing was to work out its details and relations. All right. Do you skip leg day? No, absolutely not. Noiculus, if you are, this is actually not Wikipedia. If you want to check out this reading, it's this reading on Marxists.org. I absolutely do not skip leg day. I actually had my leg day today. I went to my Muay Thai in the morning, then went for leg day. I only worked out. I've been switching up different workouts. So today I started off with 3 sets of 10 of lunges, 10 on each side, with a medium weight. And then I moved into 10 sets of squats. So I started off from 25 pounds on each side. Every 2 sets I increased it by 10. So I went from 25, 35, 45, 55, 65. And up to 45 I did, up to 45 I did 10 each. 55 I could only get to about 6 each, and then did 4 each for 65. So I did over I think 80 squats. Then did leg extensions, and then did hamstring curls. So yeah, I did about 4 workouts today, and I've been splitting my workouts in two. So I'll probably do a second day of leg workouts. This time do squats, leg press, probably some kind of lunge variation, calves, something that like 4 or 5 exercises. Yeah, you can't skip leg days, and I mean leg days suck, but it's legs are such a gigantic muscle, you can't really skip them, and so important. But yeah, so this is what Engels is saying, that to close it out, that unpaid labor, and what he means by unpaid labor is how capitalists get excess of capital for themselves. And what that means by unpaid labor is, let's say you get hired for $20 an hour for doing work. The only reason you'll be getting paid $20 an hour is if your boss was making extra on top of that, like $40 an hour, $30 an hour, and that missed differential is unpaid labor, what they will call profit surplus labor or surplus value. Is it bad doing 5 sets, 5 reps? No, it's not bad. I've done those too. Never really worked for me, or maybe I just did them wrong. I know people who do that. We'll do 5 sets of 5. I've just been playing around with different workouts. I don't think it's bad. I think you can do them. I know, what is his name? Oh my god. Terry in Brooklyn Nine-Nine. Terry Crews. Terry Crews does 5x5s. I don't know the science behind them or how to properly structure them. That's kind of why I stopped. So recently I've been doing like 3 or 4 sets of 15, really. That's been my go-to workouts recently, having 3 to 4 sets of 15, or 3 to 5 rather, I should say, 3 to 5 sets of 15, and I progressively go up in weights as I go up. And then on the heavier sets, even if I get 10 out, that's fine with me. So I don't think it's bad. I think it's just a different workout, or a different kind of workout, and it clearly works for many people. I mean, you can't tell me that Terry Crews is not in a great shape. He is. All right. Let's see. So this was a 3 sets of, damn it, okay. This is 3 sets of readings. There's one more. I just want to make sure it's actually 3. All right, yep. So Utopian Socialism, Dialectics, and Historical Materialism. Yeah, I am not reading this tonight. Absolutely not. God damn it. I had my mic off. Jesus Christ. All right. So, yeah. So finally I was able to get ChatGPT to correct its mistakes. I was trying to get it to essentially write for me a 1-minute script for a TikTok video where I talk about how in the 180th anniversary of Green Arrow essentially comes out as a socialist, or he's depicted as a socialist. And ChatGPT was like, no, that didn't happen. I was like, nope, it did. It on this specific story, and you should accept it. And finally, it did accept. But yeah, as I was saying, I'm going to shut off the stream. Going forward, Saturdays will be Socialism Saturdays, where we'll study socialist texts and learn from them and study history. And you know, if you've ever wanted to read philosophy or even socialist philosophy and maybe have been intimidated by it, this way you can work with us and we can work on it together. And I've always found it to be helpful. And shout out to worst username ever for pushing me through. I was about to close the stream at about 2-hour mark, and it's 5-hour stream. So yeah, I'm gonna log off. If you're not following me already, follow me on YouTube, Twitch, whatever am I else, TikTok. Yep. So yeah, thank you for joining. I'm gonna log off. Take care, and I'll see you next time.